Alright, today we are going to be doing a return to KDE. Now, I don't like using KDE probably like most people use KDE. A lot of times with KDE, I like to just change it to do like work like a tiling window manager. Have specific workstations, all the hotkeys are pretty much the same. Um, I'm pretty sure I pretty much set it up like a Hyperland or a DWM like I have here. But you get all the fixins with it, which is kind of nice. So I think that's what we're gonna do today. I was like, man, it's been a long time since I used a full-blown desktop environment, and I think I was running into some kind of compositing issue with everything, and I was like, man, we should just try KDE. I mean, tons of people do it, tons of people use it, and I used to do it all the time, so why not? So yeah, that's what we're gonna do today. KDE, I think we're gonna do that. Goodbye, window managers. Back to KDE. I like it. I like it. Although, you know, having said that, I probably will just be on, old, same old, you know. What are the over under odds that I just go right back to DWM? I would imagine it's probably pretty good. Probably pretty good. Anyways, let's rejoin this. And 2 weeks. You give me way too much credit. 2 weeks. Man. Yeah. 2 weeks on this. Possible. Yeah. If I make it past 2 days, I think I'll be pretty happy. But I don't know, though. But anyways, let's get going. Shoot, let's just jump right in. Let's go, actually, you could go like a KDE full package, but you know what? I'm going to do a little different this time. We're going to go Plasma Desktop and then Plasma Meta. I feel like that should get me what I need. Well, let's see what all it's installing here. So, oxygen, that's really not that bad. Yeah. I'm okay with all that. And anytime you do that, you gotta update your databases with Arch, but yeah. Should probably just set that to do it by default. I just have not done that yet. One of these days. Arch Zealot. I am an Arch Zealot. I'm going well, Ahmed. Going well. Yeah. Now that you said that, it makes me want to switch from Arch. I don't want to just be like everybody else, right? It's the part of being on Linux, being different. Uh, let's sudo systemctl. We're gonna have to disable greet d. Goodbye. And then we're gonna sudo system control enable sddm. And then I think we just reboot. I'm just gonna reboot. I don't feel like thinking too much about this. Well, actually, nah. We're not gonna reboot. It's what am I? Windows user? Yes. I am. Oh man, I should have just rebooted, but whatever. Oh, I had an old config. Where are you, old config? Oh, I bet you it's just .conf. Yeah, predictable. Yes. Before I do that, Let's find out what's KDE listed as. Just to let you know, the GitHub extensions on Twitch don't load your profile for me. Really? Oh, dude, I haven't updated that in forever. I need to, though. Actually, is there Wayland sessions? It's just Plasma. Okay. Alrighty then. Plasma. Yeah, okay. Sudo write, please. Alright, so now we can just go log out. No, that's not it. Dang. How do I exit SDDM? Whatever. Should kick me into Plasma. No, you'd probably be like, why don't you just do like a login screen? It's like, I just don't want to. Okay, that's why. Oh, this is a donate message. Okay. Yeah, okay. Okay. This looks a little off on my icons. Yeah, let's fix that, shall we? Oh, this looks weird. Alright. Let's change that. Floating. Disabled. Floating. What are we? Mac users? No. We ain't doing floating. And then this icon theme. What are they thinking? That must have been my bad. Probably should wipe this out. I will say the last time I tried, I think it was Plasma 6. It was on release and it was not a great experience. So let's just reset everything. Wow, okay. That did not fix anything. Icons. Just give me a Papyrus. Papyrus Dark. You should fix the icon issues in the tray there. Holy shiitake mushrooms. What's going on with my cursor? Whoa. Yeah. Dang. Let's switch that out to there. Alright, so now we've got that. I feel like we should just do a... Let's just restart. I'm just like not feeling what's going on. There's some jank to it. We might need to clear the cache as well. Science has proven it's impossible to completely uninstall Plasma and GNOME once you, with the package manager once you install them. That's not entirely true. Plasma 6.3 and onward has been really good for me. See, I tried 6.0, which was kind of... No, it wasn't kind of. It was complete shit. Let's just be honest. They should not have pushed that out in the state it was. But, again, it's open source project. It's free. What kind of quality control do you expect here? You are the guinea pig. But, I mean, honestly, shoot, even on, Microsoft and Mac, hell... They've pushed out plenty of updates that just suck balls. So, I mean, can't judge them. Anyways, there's enough people trying 6 now that I think it's going to be good. Thought you ran Arch with Wayland. Yeah. I was using Hyperland for about a month or so. It was good. But it was, like, not great. You know what I'm saying? Input capture requested. Okay. What's going on? Okay. Well, let's just cancel that. What is happening? What happened? Did Greek D get re-enabled? No. What's going on? Why didn't it log in? Why are we doing SDDM? Maybe XNRC got taken. Whatever. Let's just clear it. Let's kill that. Should relaunch. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on. Ah, shit. Did I break plasma? That was fast. All right, let's switch to Hyperland. Sure. Okay, no, I didn't like that either. DWM. Well, DWM always works. What's new? What? I think that's Synergy, probably. All right, let's go. Yeah, that's Synergy. Oh, jeez, man. Ah. Okay. What do we think here? Oh, dang, man. Yeah, drugs are bad. But oh so fun. Oh, man. All right. All right. What is happening here? Let me think. Why can't we log in to KDE? Why is it logging in DWM? Why can't we do that? It's a conflict that I've created somewhere. Maybe we need to do that. God mode? Oh, it's just some BS Microsoft crap that got added during the Windows 7 era. People asked for it, so we added it in. You can click it, it's fine. It just shows you like all these super advanced settings that really don't do much. They're just like obscure registry edits for the most part. So God mode's not really that big a deal. It's just a cool name. I think Theo Joe did a video about it on YouTube like a year ago or something. I never did a video just because I was like, it's kind of pointless. Cool though. Good. It would make for a good clickbaity video. It just didn't feel like there's any value there other than to be like, look at this cool thing that Microsoft hid from us. System. Yes, System CTL journal. I'm on early today, guys. Early equals Titus not at his best. Oh yeah, Journal CTL. Journal CTL XE. What do we got? What do we have here? All right, attempting. Okay. What is going on? KDE portal. Core dump. We're taking some core dumps here. We're dumping. We're dumping everywhere. Dumping like a binge night at Taco Bell. Oh, lots of core dumps. Not good. Very smelly. All right. All right. I feel like this is a problem. And that problem is caused by the desktop portal, obviously. And it repeated itself too quickly. Yes. Then us taking a core dump right after. No bueno. Alright then. More coffee is needed for this issue. Wait a second. Windows greater than GNOME. That's not a hot take. That's just facts, okay? GNOME people are different. I'm not saying they're brain damaged, but well on their way. I mean, they don't even know how to pronounce GNOME. They pronounce it GNOME. Yeah. Because, again, brain damaged. What do you think? Should we give it another reboot? I feel like a reboot's in order. Did I reboot? Or did I just restart the service? I can't recall. No, I rebooted. Yeah, at least with GNOME you can install another DE. With Windows you're stuck. Facts. Oh, dang it. Alright. Before we get going here, let's go into that. I feel like cache. In cache here. I feel like there's some stuff happening. And to truly make sure everything's okay, let's go plasma shell. Just go boom. Let's go plasma theme. Boom. What else can we delete? Is there anything? Kwin. Boom. Done. Krunner. Bam. Trash. Ksplash. Splashed. Kcrash. Bam. Done. KDE. Goodbye. Anything else? Anything else in here? Let's take a look. Oh, dude, we need to revisit Cosmic too. It's a mental note there. Anyways, Hyperland updated. What is that? Okay, let's trash that too. I don't like stuff like that just chilling in my cache folder. What else we got? MPV, good. Polkit KDE authentication agent. Oh, you know what? No, I think it's fine. Alright, continuing on. Anything else in here I don't necessarily jive with? Support Hyperland, blah, blah, blah. Thorium cache. Warp terminal cache. Oh, jeez. Let's just remove some of this. I feel like that's... Well, actually, XDG... Yeah. Alright, now that we've deleted a bunch of stuff, right? Solomon says, let's go to .config. I think we need to delete stuff here. So he says plasma. So we got all this plasma stuff here in the .config folder. He says specifically the .org applet. Gone. Now he says to move it, you know, because that's what you should do. But when have I ever done what I should have done? We don't do that. We just hit the delete button. Let's just delete some more stuff. Feel like you just delete and repopulate. Should be fine. You know what? Let's just pull up Thunar here. How are we gonna do that? Oh, you know, I forgot about the swallowing. Man, that looks good. Let's just clean up this folder really fast. Before I forget, it's like, you know, assets. What's assets? Where's that going? Huh. I don't even know what that is. I feel like that's just like a bad link. Let's just trash it. Let's trash that too. And that. Yeah, you know what? It's been a while since we've done Cosmic. Let's delete that. Let's get rid of Cursor. I'm no longer using it. Discord. I don't do the Discord app on my Linux. I don't feel like getting spied on. Backups here. You know, BSPWM. It's been a minute. Black Magic Design. I don't think we're gonna go back to DaVinci. I'll leave it. I'll leave it. I'll allow it. Bellina Etcher. Yeah, I think there was an issue with them too. Got rid of that. Bashtop's nice. Bazcore I don't really use anymore. We're gonna get rid of them. I got just plain old B-top and Bashtop. Why is there two folders here for that? Interesting. Let's delete that. Shesmoy, or however the hell you say it. I remember someone, I always bastardize that. We're gonna delete it. We don't really use it. Code OSS, we don't really do anymore. We just use standard old VS Code like a normie. What else we got? These are just config files too, so it's not like the end of the world. But it might be good just to kind of clear out some of this garbage. Do we have GNOME installed? What are these? Anyways. Delete. Grammarly, GTK. Alright, yeah. Helix. Oh man, I remember Helix. Goodbye. Hyper panel, Jack, KDE. Let's just delete it all. Just delete it all. Yep. Kormambi. Oh god, I remember Kormambi. Delete it. Delete it. What could go wrong here? We're just looking for like extra crap that I don't use anymore and just like reminiscences or I haven't used in quite some time.
To do the vibes.
Why this is kind of important. It's just like good housekeeping. Oh my posh. Why is that here? Weird. All right. RPG, thanks for the sub, man. Much appreciated. Going on 7 months. All right. And we're just gonna do some housekeeping. Just a little bit of housekeeping. Plasma workstation. I can't remember the last time I used Plasma, so what I'm thinking is there might be some like Plasma 5 settings that are throwing things awry as well. You know, that's a thing. And these are just config files, so we just need to redo our config once it comes up, which is fine. I just don't want any conflicts here, so that's kind of what I'm doing now. There's probably a better way of doing this, but I've installed so much stuff. What's unknown organization? weird. Trash. Let's trash that. Don't really use it anymore. Top grade, Trezor, Unity, Variety. I feel like that's pretty good. And we got all the different backgrounds. I can't remember how long. It's been over a year though. We've been on this system, so it just happens. You get crap bloated in your .config file. So we're gonna close that out. Anything in chat we can think here. Stable GNOME desktop, right? I mean, like, Linux can be very stable, especially if you're not changing a bunch of crap. The problem that happens in most Linux installs where people go completely awry is they're bouncing around too much. Like, I show it on my stream a lot. It's fun. You get to try out all these different desktop environments, different window managers. And what ends up happening is your config starts to trip over each other, meaning there's like old configs that GNOME configured, and then you got KDE and it might configure something identical. And then all of a sudden those configurations just kind of clash. And when that happens, it can cause crashes from the desktop portal like we've seen here. You can have just bad things. So, I mean, what you can do, like if you just want to start over again from a fresh one and go, you know I want to use this desktop environment, I want to use these programs, just delete your .config folder. Have that, it should repopulate itself. Just delete your .cache folder. It'll clear out all your cache. Technically, it should redo itself, so to speak. And all your settings will be on by doing that. But, I mean, it's a way to do it without having to reload your whole system. Yeah. Or just RMRF. Agreed. Don't forget the asterisks and the sudo. That's the proper way to do it. Is distro jumping bad because you have lots of junk files and folders? I mean, distro jumping is a whole different thing. That's usually like a full reinstall. In distro hoppers, you have to reset all this up every time. What I just explained is essentially a distro hop, but without reinstalling Linux. I always said Linux is Linux because, well, all distributions is just a configuration of different tools and maybe a different package manager if you're switching from like a Debian base to an Arch base, and maybe a different update philosophy. But at the end of the day, it's still all Linux. You know, it's still just the Linux kernel. It's just different programs picked for you. So the idea behind Linux, like learning it, is just learning what you enjoy. Hey, I like it to be this way. I like these programs. And then instead of picking a distribution, you pick, hey, a big distribution that maybe like Arch or Debian. You go, I like this, or Fedora. Those three are pretty much all encompassing of almost every desktop Linux user. So you'd pick one of those, not the hundreds available. You got to try Catchy OS. You got to try Radeon OS. You got to try all these other ones. They're just forks of forks of forks a lot of times. All they're doing is just taking someone else's work, tossing a couple programs, maybe pimping out the desktop a little bit and going, look at me, it's cool. And that's where people get confused, is there's thousands of these distributions. Frankly, it's all. What is this? Let's see. Let's just see. Let's see what Rudy Shoes has. Radeon OS. It's not just an OS, it's a foundation. What kind of, what are we doing here? Yay, Pac-Man. So it looks probably Arch-based, I would imagine. It's taking Pac-Man, yay. So probably an Arch-based distro. Different stuff. I mean, whatever. You just install Arch, dude. Like, real talk. Like, why? Why would you even bother with that? It's not even Linux. Okay, it's not even Linux, but it's using Pac-Man and yay. Get the fuck out of here. You gotta be kidding me. What a joke. If I see one more shitty distribution, I just can't. I just can't. And my hotkeys aren't working. Why not? Oh, it's install the build tools. Well, all right. Let's get this KDE working. Let's close this. Let's reboot and see what kind of damage we did after deleting everything. Honestly, you need Linux from scratch. Said no one ever. Entertaining, don't get me wrong, Linux from scratch is entertaining. But let's be real here, guys. At the end of the day, I kind of need to do some work. There's a drawback to sometimes just rolling your own thing. It's fun. Don't get me wrong. It's fun, but not great. Oh, shit. Yep.
Babe, they're here.
Okay.
Can you come help me?
Yep. I'll be right there. We have an issue. Uh-oh. We're gonna have to take a quick commercial break. There's something happening. I would put something up on the screen, but I don't have any anything. Maybe some rain. Yeah, we'll just throw some rain on the screen. No. Whew. Yeah. Did this log in? Let's see. Give me plasma. All right, yeah, still broken. We're gonna have to take a 5-minute break at 10:45. I'll be back. goodness. Alright, sorry. Had somebody picking something up today, and oh god, we never did figure out what the hell's going on here. Hey! So, yeah, it's like a space station in the background. But, yeah, I don't know why it keeps, let's just go back to DWM. That's always works. So, then we're going to go journal CTL, XE. Let's go journal CTL, XE. Let's see what happened here. So, let's see. Choosing portal for this. Fallback. It's different errors, which is good, I guess. SDDM. Maybe it's a issue with the SDDM config. Let's see. It's about the time I was logging in. Xorg dumped core. Let's just remove the auto login altogether from SDDM. I feel like that is causing issues with authentication, possibly. So we're going to remove that as well. Let's go sudo remove etc SDDM conf. Let's ls etc sddm.confd. There's a theme there. Let's just remove that as well. This is KDE, so that's why you do. That's why you do SDDM. You don't use something different for KDE. That's just not a good idea. All right. So now we're back to here. And if we go over to Plasma Wayland, I think there is something kind of strange with this, where I'm going to reboot. Switching between Xorg and Wayland sometimes gets a little janky. So I'm going to go ahead and give it another reboot. I think Chris loves hunting for errors and crashes more than some guys like hunting for Pokemons. There's something, I love breaking something and then fixing it. There's just some joy to that. I might be a little brain damaged on that, but I don't know. It's like a fun pastime for me. Like being able to be like, yeah, I can fix any system no matter what happens to it or no matter what stupid thing someone did. I think there's some beauty to that for sure. Have you ever heard of Ex Libre? Yeah. The problem with Ex Libre, I think, is I don't think the person in charge of it has ever had much experience with project management. Specifically, I have questions about his Git personnel. Like, Ex Libre, they didn't even put a freaking description on Git. That gives me pauses for concern. Other things is how the project's being managed. You know, maybe he'll learn on the fly, but the initial commits and stuff look a little rough. And I'm not sure if he's going to be able to maintain such a large project with such a dated history. Unless he has some severe programming chops, which it does not appear that he does. So, I wish him the best. I love me some Xorg. I love me some DWM. Don't get me wrong. Oh my word, do I ever. But I just don't see that going anywhere unless something drastically changes. So, all right, let's see what we got now. Fresh reboot. We cleared out SDDM conf. Yeah, it's still no love here. I feel like we're missing something. So, what are we missing? What are we missing? Ladybird in the future, yes, yeah. I think Ladybird has a bright future. I would love another browser to get into the space. Ladybird, I'm telling you, I really look forward to what it does. Right now, the W3 testing, I think they're about to hit 80% of the test, which is a big milestone. And it's really trying to get that last bit. By comparison, I think for the W3 testing, Chrome does about 96% pass rate. Firefox, I want to say, is around 92% or something like that. Safari about 90% off the top of my head. So Ladybird's creeping up, and it's getting more and more tests pass. So I'm looking forward to Ladybird in the future for a browser, because you guys all know me. I hate all browsers. Every browser is either a fork of Firefox or Chrome, and I hate them all. I wish they would all just die in a fire, and we should all just use Netscape from the 90s. It was the best browser ever. And, yeah. Alright, let's purge and reinstall Plasma. Sure. That sounds good. Plasma desktop. Plasma meta. Alright, what are we purging here? Let's review so we don't have a Linus type situation and we end up purging something we shouldn't. It'd be funny though. Yeah, that looks good. Let's remove all that. And let's just go SDDM. Oh, did that get rid of SDDM? I didn't see. No, yeah, SDDM got purged as well. Let's look for certain, like, let's go Q, grep, GNOME. Okay, GNOME Desktop's installed as well. Let's go GNOME Desktop 4, GNOME Desktop. Actually, GNOME Tweaks probably. Yeah, let's just do that. Alright, what are we getting rid of now? This seems... See, I think there's an XTG Portal Desktop KDE error. Now it's purging that from GNOME. And then it's grabbing a lot more Plasma stuff. See this? I think GNOME and Plasma were tripping over each other. There's a lot of KDE stuff in here as well. 7-zip's going. Whatever. Nothing that big in here. Mesa Utils probably I would use. Lutris is going. But ripgrep I will use. Need to reinstall that. I'm just looking for stuff that I actually use on the day-to-day that is part of a dependency of GNOME. It's not too bad. Not too bad. Not a crazy amount in here. So let's just purge that too. What else do we have in here that could conflict? Well, so Lutris apparently had some kind of dependency that got tied to another dependency of GNOME. So what the RSNC flags do in Pacman, it says, hey, remove this package in any dependency of any package and also the dependencies of the dependencies. So that means if any of the dependencies, there's probably a cross dependency from Lutris and another dependency from a dependency of GNOME, that intersect. And when I remove that dependency, it says, hey, well, Lutris would stop working, so we need to remove Lutris as well. So it's a good way to kind of clear out your system, but be real careful when you do something like that command, because it could just end up purging like 1,000 packages, which would be pretty much everything. So you got to be a little bit cautious on that. That's why I was kind of looking through and going, what else in here? Well, Lutris I do use. 7-zip I will need to reinstall. I don't know why there was something in there that was dependent on that, but you know, I've had this system installed for what, 432 days now. So I mean, I've done a lot to it. So it's just nice to kind of clear some of that out. I mean, we still have 1,600 packages. I feel like there's more to be done. Let's go Q and let's grep desktop. I'm kind of, oh, oops, not Q. Uppercase Q. So we have a couple desktop portals here. Do we just start purging all the Hyperland stuff too? I just feel like the desktop portal might not be great. If we do a ps aux grep portal, what are we using right now? So right now, it looks like we do have XDG Desktop Portal GTK and XDG Desktop Portal running. So I feel like there's a conflict here as well. Huh. Now, you might be thinking, what does Desktop Portal do? Let's ask Jippity. What does XDG Desktop Portal packages do in Linux? Ahmed, when it comes to self-hosting email, it's doable. However, I still would recommend some kind of mail bagging or filtering service on the front end. Trying to keep up with like Spam Assassin and some other filtering services can be just a complete nightmare. There's a lot of technicalities to it as well. Understanding MX records, DKIM, and DMARC, and some of the specific signing, that it's a bit more complex than I would say. If you're not technically adept, there's just no way. But if you are technically adept, you can do it, and do it pretty much on the cheap. As expensive as a lot of mail hosting, especially like Proton Mail and stuff, I feel like they just don't offer much, and the cost of Proton has steadily creeped up. And a lot of, not just them, but a lot of mail hosts, I think, are charging more and offering less. So I'm kind of like, eh. Okay, XDG Desktop Portal is a framework that provides secure access to the desktop, integration features such as sandbox applications, Flatpak snaps. Here's what it does. Secure API bridge. All right. It also provides controlled access that apps could not normally access. Key features, file dialogues, file sharing, screenshots, screen recording, notifications, wallpaper settings. All right, yep. So these are the different XDG desktop portals. I feel like this is the problem. So let's purge all desktop portals. First, let's kill them. So let's just do like let's do a btop. Let's filter by portal. And then what we're going to do is just kill, and kill. Now, with those killed, we still are in DWM, because DWM just launches no matter what. It's like freaking indestructible. It's amazing. So let's purge. It's time for another purge. Yeah, DKIM, SPF, DMARC, TLSA, MTA, STS. I don't know about TLSA and MTA, STS, as I haven't messed with that too much. I don't shoot. Has something else changed? Because I've done DKIM, DMARC, SPF, of course, but TLSA, email. What are we talking about? Is it shorthand? Layer security authentication records. Enhanced email security by verifying authentication of emails. There's also Dane. Oh yeah, DNS SAC. Ugh. Yeah. Now I don't think I've configured this. When did this come out? When did this become a more of a thing? Or maybe. No, not Tesla. No. Okay, what about this one? Okay, TLSA protocol, part of the Dane framework, was published in 2012. Yeah, I could see how. I wonder when it really started being used a lot more. So I did a lot of Exchange administration in the 2000s, but post 2010, around when this was published, most of everything was getting moved to O365. So I did a bunch of like migrations in that regard. All right, let's go XDG desktop portal, boop, and also XDG desktop portal GTK. So we have all of that. It's going to purge Hyperland portal, regular. Yeah. It's also going to purge Flatpak. Rip all of my Flatpaks. Okay. Now, if we look here, it did get rid of XDG desktop portal. Portal? Lib portal, okay. Gravy. I feel like we purged enough now to get a more of a fresh install. Now, what package should we install? What package should we install for KDE? Is there like a KDE full package? But then it installs all the like Conqueror and all that crap. Unless they got rid of some of those like contacts with a K. God, just so many terrible apps that come with KDE. Plasma Meta. Plasma Meta. Okay. So the first install I did is Plasma-Desktop and Plasma-Meta. But it felt like we had some issues. If we just do Plasma, I bet you that's probably the way to go. Is Plasma. Let's look at the packages here. Let's go. Oh, what was it? EAF, okay. EAF, Plasma. Okay, so let's look at Plasma. There's Plasma Nano, a minimal Plasma for embedded devices. You can see the dependencies right here. Plasma Meta package to install KDE Plasma. Installs all of that. It already installs Plasma Desktop, browser integration, that. So you could just do Plasma Meta. Would be fine. anything else. Plasma desktop is that? No, 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 no. So Plasma Meta would be fine. Doing a git of Plasma, you'd have to be just insane. Looking at this, I'm just looking for other install packages, but Plasma Meta looks like the one to choose. But I thought there was like a full-blown Plasma group install. That's where I'm kind of like, is there Plasma dash full or something? No. Plasma. Huh. Plasma workspace? That looks okay. But if I'm misremembering, I want to say workspace was actually part of this, right? So if, let's say you go Plasma Meta, if you look, is workspace in here? Yeah, Plasma workspace is in here. So I think just Plasma Meta. Yeah, so let's try it. All right, we purged. What are we at on a package count now? We were at like 1600. Still 1623. I feel like that didn't update. I don't feel like that's updating at all because we literally just purged Flatpak. Whatever. I don't really care. Let's go. All right, Plasma Meta. Oh, okay. Yeah, Tech Zero's using that for his install. There's a lot of Qt6 dependencies getting installed there and Qt5 compatibility. Yeah. I think I'm just going to grab that from you. I feel like that's needed. Look at all these extra KDE stuff that's getting installed on this one too. K package, K plotting, network manager Qt. So Plasma Meta, I don't think gets you where you need to be. Like, look at all these different packages that are getting installed from that. Yeah, like hell, it's getting a K runner. I mean, these are pretty important dependencies of KDE. I think the KDE Meta package just does not do it like it used to. I remember back in the day, you could just do Meta and it damn near got you to a fully functional KDE, but it does not appear so anymore. Yeah. Let's see the link. Yeah, so we just grabbed these. Enabling SDDM and power profiles. Although JQ, did we get all of them? Oh, there's a lot more here. Oh, dang. Oh, dang. Oh, snap. Oh, my. Okay. We're gonna have to do that. Thanks, Zero. Tech Zero, yeah, he does his own distribution, Zero Linux. and also a install script. So he's done this install quite a bit. Let's enable those. We're doing power profile daemon and also SDDM. Let's also grab all of these. There's quite a bit of dependencies here. So what we're gonna do is just grab these, copy, and let's go yay s. This is all the different ones that KDE uses. Looking through these packages, which here we'll just hit yes. Let's see what all we get. Good night. The bloat is real. GST base lives GST AV. Probably there was a specific version in here. Maybe not. That's odd. Let's try and there's probably just like an older package somewhere in here. Let's just update. Well, now everyone knows why I like just DWM. Right? Replace WR roots with W. No. Yes. That's true. Yeah, I guess that's why I always use DWM, is it's just like so simple, so few dependencies needed, and it's just like impossible to break. Where now I'm starting to remember why I stopped using desktop environments. It's just, there's so many packages and so much to go wrong, where it's just such a massive surface of stuff that it does. Mind you, it is very user-friendly, way more user-friendly than my DWM config. But if everything works in DWM and it only uses like 2 packages, I mean it's more than that. I mean, obviously, Xorg is a lot bigger, but when you factor in Xorg and just a few other packages, it's not much. Where when you do a full-blown KDE, holy balls, is it just a ton of garbage. It sucks less. For sure. Oh boy. Are you trying to ascertain how to get Plasma installed with as little packages as possible? Not really. I think we're just trying to get a functional KDE out of the box without, you know, obviously you can reinstall or run Arch script or something like that. But I just wanted to see how difficult that is. And more difficult than it should be is the answer to that question. SXWM a try. What? I saw that not just the other day, actually. SXWM. Superior X Window Manager. Only got 39 stars. Last commit was 3 years ago. Dude. Sad face. Yeah, it's pretty much abandoned. It's expired by DWM. I3 and other tiling window managers assigned to tags. That's cool. Yeah. I'm not going to use a dead project, though. Link it in chat. I'm sure someone has a really good DWM, like, just pimped out run. Okay. I feel like this is a good starting spot. We've got SDDM back. We've blown out everything. We should be able to get on the desktop now. Let's try this again and see if it has the conflicts. I don't think it does. I think it just needed an update. Okay. So this is everything. Just checking the packages really fast. Just the few packages that are needed for KDE. Good Lord. A lot. Yeah. K archive, contact, K blah blah blah, K. I don't know their obsession with just putting everything with K, but you know. Gotta be a little off to be programming for Linux anyways. Chad WM? Oh boy. I need to look that up. Alright. Made by a student. Let's see. Okay, woo, 600 stars. And updated 2 days ago. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. I'm starting that. I got a good feeling. Minimal. Fast, configurable, tiling window manager for X11. All right, let's go. Configuration. He made a little RC file for the configuration. Scratchpad. Looks good. Let's look at the dependencies. Yeah, he's using that's a DWM is what he's using for his base for sure. That's the thing of beauty right there. Yeah, buddy. All right. Here we go. Oh, here we go. Oh boy. Yeah. Let's see, written in C. Let's see what the release looks like. True multi-monitor support. Whoa. Let's see what else he's got. Mouse warping, floating menu. All right. Oh. Hot reloading config. Holy shnikes. What? Oh. We're gonna have to try this out. For sure. That looks like a very clean DWM. I wonder, does he have any screenshots? Alright, let's go screenshots. Alright, here we go. Get a little bigger. Huh. I like it. Okay. I think that's worth a shot. I mean, I kind of dig it, man. We'll give it a whirl. But first, let's get KDE working. I know. It's chat's fault. This does not look like KDE. All right, here we go. All right, we're going. All right, we're rebooting. Let's get on KDE. Let's see if we can log into KDE. If I can't log into KDE after this, I'm gonna be like, all right, I'm done. But I'm pretty sure we can. I have not abandoned KDE. Come on, I don't give up that easy. Titus, stop being an Xord caveman. I know. I know. Just stuck in my ways. Just, you know, if it works, though. There's something beautiful about that. Why'd you stop posting the live streams on YouTube? Maybe I'll go back to it. I don't know. This is just a pain in the butt to configure it and do like thumbnails and everything, and I was just like, oh my god, why bother? At the end of the day, I stopped posting to YouTube for the most part because, one, doing the thumbnails and all the extra stuff I was doing was taking like a ton of time. Like I was spending, I don't know, probably 20 hours a week on it. I know it doesn't seem like that, but it would take a lot out of me to where I was just like, oh, I can't even make a video now. And then I was looking at how much money that channel was making, and I was like, dude, it's like $300 a month or $400 a month, and I don't care about that. But when I started looking at how much time I was dedicating to a YouTube live stream and the ROI on it, and I started dividing that, I was like, dude, I'm making like $20. That's probably a good 80. Let's say it's 50 hours worth of work, which it probably was a little more than that because there's collateral damage from that 50 hours that's spent doing it. You divide that by like what? It's $300 or $400 I think I was making. I mean, I was making like $4 an hour essentially, breaking it down. But then doing that for the $4 an hour, you also had to take into effect that was work that I wasn't putting elsewhere. And then I'm like, God bless. That's just awful from a return on investment. So that's why I just stopped altogether. I still have like the members ones. There's some people probably YouTube watching this over on my main channel because it's easy just to have the same damn thumbnail with a little live symbol on it and just go, here you go for members that contribute. That's cool. I don't mind having that for them, and then they can binge all they want. But yeah, just putting it up and trying to curate it for the algorithm and not have it hurt the channel and other stuff, it was just not worth it. Because if you leave them public, like some people are like, well, just do what you're doing on the members, but just leave it public. Well, then it just kills what other channel I'm on, because you have to do a thumbnail. You have to do like an engaging title. And I'm like, I don't want to put that much thought into a freaking live stream. This stuff's usually just me going and making a train wreck of whatever it is I'm doing. And I'm just like, eh. So, long story short, it's just live streams are pretty awful for any kind of revenue or YouTube channels in general. They're just bad. And that's just how it worked out. I could make like a fourth channel or a third channel and upload it. But again, why? What's the point? I don't see the point in it. All right, now let's go Plasma. Can we log in? Fucking hell. What? Why? I don't get it. I don't get it either. What happened here? Okay, this is DWM. Right before DWM is selected, we should see Okay, here we go. So here's the core dump. Is it an NVIDIA issue? That's probably NVIDIA. I'm seeing a bunch of NVIDIA libraries there. So probably need to do like a KDE Xorg maybe? I don't know. Let's see. Let's check in with chat. Yeah, it looks like an NVIDIA issue. Yeah, I think Plasma X11. Really? Let's try Plasma with the X11. So, Plasma X11. KDE. And NVIDIA. It's an NVIDIA. NVIDIA problems. Okay. So, NVIDIA Wayland always is just awful. You know, next time I see a Wayland person that goes, Wayland's better than Xorg, it's better, it's coded better, it just works better, I'm going to be like, yeah, you obviously don't use freaking NVIDIA. But we could probably fix it with some modules with an... Oh, I think we're actually already doing that, Zero. Oh, God. Yeah, I think Wayland would be good on AMD GPUs, for sure. I can get behind that. Yeah. Let's go text and fonts. This is so weird. Yeah. Let's just do that. All right, apply. Yes, get some regular font management in here. This feels weird. The scaling feels jank AF, man. Gotta say. What's with the font over here? What's going on with the paneling? It's all gray and nasty looking. Huh. Alright, let's try like a different look and feel maybe. I don't know, man. This feels and looks like ass. I just want to delete it all and start over at this point. Ugh. Alright. Did they change it and it's no longer look and feel? I think it's just global theme now. Let's just get a new one. Let's get a new one and start over. Ugh. Alright. Let's just grab something with a lot of downloads. Call it a day. Nordic KDE. Boom. That should do me. I always have used this forever and ever. Let's just install this. This should set most things to be sane and decent. Yeah. Definitely not the KDE defaults. I mean, but we... Correct me if I'm wrong, but we pretty much deleted everything in the KDE configs. And then we reinstalled the meta packages and everything. We purged a ton of crap. Apparently not enough, though. Not enough. So maybe there was some other spots it was hiding a config file. Could not install dependency. Man, I'm struggling. I gotta say, I am definitely struggling here. So this is not working. So obviously there's some existing setting from my install that's somehow messing it up. It's just such a big project and there's just so much crap everywhere. It's like, once it screws up, it's like, okay, nuke your system and restart. I mean, at this point, we're getting to be like Windows. We're very much in the Windows realm, except it doesn't look as good. Or work as well. And that's saying something. I think all desktop environments, man, I just can't. It's like, what's the point? It's like a bad version of Windows. And that's saying something, because y'all know I don't like Windows. Ugh. Alright, what could be the problem? Alright, let's delete Qt5CT. Let's go. Bojang's helping here. It's some existing setting somewhere that's causing this issue. Let's go Alacrity. Oops. No, let's go Ghost. Alright. Okay. Let's look. Qt5CT. So Qt5CT is configuration utility and Kvantum. Alright, so let's remove RNSC, Qt5CT, Qt6CT, Kvantum. Alright, so we're getting rid of these. Boom. Qt5CT overrides and overlaps KDE settings. Thank you, Bojan. So now let's just reboot. We're gonna try this again. So we had an NVIDIA issue with KDE Wayland. So we're gonna use KDE Xorg because Wayland sucks, the big one. And man. All right. I forgot to delete the settings. So this may not work. Zero brings up a good point. There's still the Qt5 and QT6 CT settings. So technically with the binaries not being there, it probably won't use them, but if it does, we'll need to get rid of those as well. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. All right, all right. Had a little bit of a meltdown there. I apologize to anybody that likes KDE. I still say KDE is probably the best desktop environment out there. I'm just struggling, that's all. Just struggling. It's okay. But we're fine. We're back in. I'll theme this out probably. We're going to just log in. Things are going to be okay. Okay. Kind of a weird lag there, but things are going to be okay. It's going to be fine. Okay. Settings look better. Things are looking good. All right. So, gravy. Just to make sure, we're going to go to Qt in the config file. Yay. So there's the configs right here. Now, since these aren't installed, they're not using them. So as long as we don't install this or Kvantum, it shouldn't screw up our configuration at all. Kvantum and these guys cause some issues. So let's just trash them, because why not? What's happening with my drive? Felt bad. Like, that was strange. Is that blue indexer still ass on KDE? I feel like it is. Huh. 2 Bluetooth icons. Okay. All right.
Yeah, well,
We're doing good.
the
Doing
good
good.
abides.
Thanks for the sub there, Leave. It's been a struggle. It's been a struggle today, man. Been a struggle. Please end this. You gotta learn yourself, man. You can't just run scripts online. You learn in the trial of fire. It's the Linux way. Okay. So now we've got all of these things. What's up with these on the desktop? Alright, let's clear that off. Weird. Discover, absolutely awful. We don't need to check that out again. What about this panel? Can we just take that panel and do some-
Yeah,
oh,
well,
no.
the dude abides.
Oh, snap. What do we do? Oops. Okay. Oops. My bad. Alright. Can we... Okay. Position. Set position. Top. Okay. We're going to put it at the top. I feel like I'm more of a top window bar person these days. I like it. Alright. Nice. Now, what are these things? Why? Where does he get his desktop icons from? Before we do that, let's set some of our hotkeys. And then we gotta fix some of the tiling too. We're gonna get there. Kitty. Oh my god, I still have Kitty installed. Wow. Anyways, let's delete Kitty. Ghost TTY is where it's at now. That's what all the cool kids are using. Ghosty. Yes. Alright, great. Reassign, apply. Alright, great. And do we have? Oh, yeah. We need to fix that. Oh, workspaces, actually. Let's fix that. Workspaces. I guess virtual desktops. Maybe it got renamed. Alright, let's go there. Rows. 1. Okay. No animation. We don't need any of that business. Figure pager. I feel like this should look better too. Yeah, let's just go there. And I feel like that's just taking up too much real estate. What's activity pager? Oh, it's gone. It's gone forever. What are activities? What happens if I delete it? Nothing. Okay. Let's just click around. What happened here? Pager. Let's go pager. All right, let's just let's put it over here. Okay. That's fine. Okay. Pager config. All right, let's just go like that. Desktop number. We should be able to go vertical, right? You think that would be here? Alas, you cannot. Man, I swear I configured that for verticality so it didn't take up so much taskbar space. Pretty much trying to turn KDE. I mean, it's not that bad. Just got to clear out the desktop somehow. That all this crap got in there. You know what we could do? Betcha. Why does this feel awful though? This feels like I'm on like a freaking netbook. Something's amiss, man. Something's amiss. You could hide the desktop, but... Huh. Okay. We found it. All right, desktop's nice and clear. Man, that's gonna bug me with this guy. Okay. Anyways, let's go. Where are you at? Window management. This is pretty easy. Let's go scripts. Get new. Use caution when accessing user content. Yeah, let's go Cronkite. Gravy. Alright, Cronkite. Let's go settings. Tiled whale layout. Yeah, that's good. I like all that. Great. Okay. Feel like that's good. So then, like, let's launch Ghosty. We might need to log out, log back in. Something's wrong. This is ridiculous. What is causing that? Permission denied actually made sense. Those were distro box containers. So that's not something that should be searchable necessarily. You kind of want to omit that from search technically. I just didn't feel like it, so I just did a global from home. So that wasn't that big a deal. The latency and just weirdness of this right now is what's kind of like, what? We got a 32 thread Xeon processor, 64 gigs of memory. This should be flying. Even with problems, it should be fast. But it feels awful. Really bad. Giant sad face. And that's where I'm kind of like, what? We deleted all the config files. We reinstalled all the packages. Some kind of weird conflict going on. And it could just be NVIDIA problems. Could be KDE 6 problems. I don't know. But one thing I do know is this is just going to sit here forever, isn't it? Huh. Alright, let's go there. Let's try again. Killed all user processes. Huh. Think about this for a second. Maybe it's building cache. Maybe the indexer. Blue indexer is pretty awful. Let's kill that. I think the indexer's just something that I want to get rid of completely. Like, that's awful. Okay. I like how it's just like, hey, an application's trying to steal your input. I'm like, dude, that's just that. Let's go indexing. Let's kill blue indexer. God, what the fudge, man? Alright, let's see index. File search. Oh, it's disabled. Okay. Alright. Let's just look for blue. Is it disabled? Oh. Yeah. Okay, no, there's blue indexer's not in there. Okay, might not have them in MK. Let's look at the NVIDIA modules. I feel like there's something there. 0. Let's go etc. Let's go MK init. There's nothing there. Probably in modules, right? Did I put it in mod probe? I can't remember. Yeah, so we got options, DRM mode set, but that's not the actual. Are we still using VFIO? No. Novu. Okay, that's getting blacklisted. KVM. Nope. And what about blacklist? Okay. That's fine. Yeah, let's go let's look at let's go sudo invim mkinit.conf. So this right here is our current one. It does look like the NVIDIA modules are there. Yeah, I think we have to switch our card to AMD at this point. Just feel like NVIDIA is just not a good experience, period. Like, if you have an NVIDIA card and you want to try Linux, just go elsewhere. Go buy a Mac. Or go get an AMD card. Especially with, like, the huge push to Wayland. It's just essentially killing... Like, every gamer that's going to come to Linux is going to have an awful experience with the current state of NVIDIA and Wayland. I've had nothing but problems. Now, mind you, it does work. I'm not saying it doesn't work. But it's just not a very good experience. And I think that's the big issue I have with a lot of hardcore Linux people is a lot of times what they do is say, hey, it works. Yeah. But how's it compare to Windows? How's it compare to any other operating system? Man, it feels like shit. It just does. And you need to know that going into it. It feels awful. Absolutely trash. And most gamers out there are rocking NVIDIA cards. So you need to know that going in. So when you recommend Linux to somebody, maybe not recommend Linux to someone using NVIDIA. Especially since everyone's trying to push everybody to Wayland now in Linux. It's just a recipe for disaster. Now, having said that, my NVIDIA card works perfectly on DWM. I have zero complaints. Works fantastic. It's DWM. And it's Xorg. Great. But even with me doing everything right, this does not feel good. I feel like booting into Windows after this. That's how bad it is. And if I'm saying that, what do you think someone new to Linux says? Right? We need perspective here. And this is a good perspective to have. I'm just being real. You know, I don't say it to bring people down here. I'm just saying this is the experience, guys. It's not great. So when you push people to Wayland and they're on NVIDIA and they have all kinds of weird, little wacky, well, it works, but it just doesn't feel right kind of experiences, how long are they going to last? Not long. Not long at all. You need a shower. You know. All right, let's continue fixing this up, shall we? God bless. Look at this. What? Swapping window managers can cause problems. Let's see what drivers we're using. I agree, Bojan. All right, let's see. All right, let's look at our NVIDIA driver. Let's look at what we are installed right now. Let's just go rep NVIDIA. What NVIDIA packages are we using right now? Right now, we're using NVIDIA-Open. Right now, it's NVIDIA-Open DKMS. There is just NVIDIA-Open and the non-DKMS version we could try. But I don't know. I don't know, man. Yeah. DKMS for a custom kernel. You always typically want to use DKMS for custom kernels. So Linux headers is already installed. So is NVIDIA DKMS. Let's see. Let's see what's a reinstall or not. All those look like good packages. Let's give it a whirl. Oh, God bless. I need to fix my stupid... Just need to get over the hump. I'm just frustrated is all, y'all. You know? All those were already installed except for NVIDIA-settings, libvd, PayU, and OpenCL NVIDIA were the 3 packages that were not installed. OpenCL headers is also already installed too. So we do have a couple packages that we're missing out of that. Oh my god, let me fix my dang. Let me fix my my settings here. All right. Let's go keyboard. All right, keyboard shortcuts. Let's go into let's go into KWin window management. All right. Meta M, meta float is F. Monocle should be full screen, so that's fine, I guess. Okay. Kill window, that's fine. Close window, what's close window? Close window, meta Q, yep. That's fine. Alright, we're good. Now I'm just gonna rebind some of my keys. Move Windows screen 0. What about move screen to desktop? Switch to desktop. Let's go meta 1. Reassign. Let's go meta 2. Reassign. Meta 3. And so forth. All right, boom. So this is gonna switch screens. Move the switch to window above. Walk to window to desktop 1. We're gonna go shift 1 and meta shift 2. Add some of my like DWM shortcuts I like just having. All right, that makes it bearable. Then Ghosty for that. Let's do browser. Old Google Chrome. Let's make everybody insane by using it as the default. Okay. And let's go to the next one. Let's see. What else do I use? Probably Thunar, but we'll switch to Dolphin since we're in KDE instead of Thunar, which would be Dolphin Meta E. Yeah, it's already there. Great. I think that should get me going. All right, cool. So then we can just close that. Apply. Great. All right. So then we have all our bouncing around. Things are good. We should have... Let's see, missed this step also. Remove RDD and then SYU Linux firmware. Yeah, I wouldn't say that. That's for updating this firmware? Yeah, I feel like that's good. Yeah, I just don't like how big this... Let's change this. It's getting there. You're just gonna have to hear me bitch about this for a second. Oh, man. I hope the KDE team doesn't... Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. What are we? I'm not 60 years old yet. We'll increase that as time goes. All right. Great. All right. Gravy. I feel like virtual desktops we could reconfigure. Where are you at, virtual? What if we do something like that? Oh, that didn't do anything. Gotta figure this out. It's gonna drive me crazy. 1 pixel a year. I think that's about right. I feel like there is something there with that. Virtual desktops. All right. If we look. So, okay. Wait. I got it. I just didn't hit apply. Now. Close that. Huh. Well, it seems to be pretty... Let's log out. And maybe there's a break-in period here. Okay, the logout's not working. We still got something wrong. We still have something wrong. There's something wrong here. Something's rotten with my config. I know you guys are like, just reinstall. Just format everything and reinstall. No. I refuse. We will find what's causing the problem. You can go suck rocks. We're going to figure it out. There's something here that is causing an issue. And we shall find it. We shall track it down. K plasma, K weather. Seeing a couple of issues there with K weather. Could not delete frame buffer because no context is current. A lot of frame buffer issues. We're gonna do it. Okay, window positioning broken. That's fine. Well, I do wonder why. Stop startup of XDG auto startups. Maybe. What about Xinit? Let's remove Xinit. I feel like that might be tripping over it. Change the title back to TTY. Yeah, TTY I do love. It's by... Like, the terminal in TTY is why you should use Linux. Like, real talk here. Linux does pretty much everything awful when it comes to graphics. Just, it's not great. Very, very much not fun. But, God bless it, the terminal in TTY is so powerful and so awesome in so many different ways. From a server perspective, there's a reason why the world runs on Linux server. It's amazing. But Linux desktop, let's just be real. It kind of sucks. It doesn't matter what desktop environment you pick. They all are pretty awful. Let's just straight up tell the truth here. They're not fun. They're not great. It's just something different. But after you use it for a little bit, you're like, yeah, it's a little bit jank. And the solution to this is to just use less desktop components, less GUI components. And the less GUI components you use, the less desktop dependencies you have, and the less graphic programs you use in Linux, the better off you will be. And that's the God's honest truth when it comes to Linux. This is absolutely peak computer usage. Using the desktop stuff? Nah. I cannot. I've done this long enough to where I've made a career out of just installing stuff on the desktop in Linux. At this point, One of the things I'm known for on YouTube. And I'm like, it's just never going to be very good. It just isn't. You can get it to a functional state, don't get me wrong. But it's no Windows. It's no Mac. It's just not. And if you didn't have the terminal in TTY, you're just a second-class citizen. Straight up. Peasant is what you are. Just a straight peasant. But add in the terminal and TTY, you are a god. You choose. That's just what I'm thinking. I mean, okay, that looks a lot better. I feel it. Sorry, God bless. I hope KDE, nobody from KDE teams watches this. It would just be awful. I sometimes forget people watch my streams. I know you're sitting there going, oh, Titus. But it's nice. All right, so we're back. I like to lock up all 6 TTYs. Me too. There's pride in that. Oh, yeah, I could do a RDD Linux firmware. So, like, removing the Linux firmware and reinstalling the firmware, what does that give me? Oh, God, Nico. I hope he doesn't watch this. It would be awful. Mac OS and a VM, you can do it. It just feels awful. Like, there's no, like, graphics acceleration, and you can kind of strip down a lot of the BS animations and crap that Mac or Apple puts in their OS. And it's not, it's okay. Like, you can do a video on it. But it's not great. Linux firmware changed to a meta package. Well, let's see. What do we think here? Let's go browser. Let's ask Jippity. Boom. All right, Learn provides binary firmware files, Wi-Fi cards, Bluetooth adapters, graphic cards, Ethernet controllers, stored. All right, in library. When you boot the system, it might see a log like that. Does reinstalling Linux firmware do anything? Question mark. Reinstalling can be useful for specific scenarios, but it does not normally affect a working system unless corrupted or missing firmware files, firmware load failures, after a system update or downgrade, could be good, manual modifications for third-party drivers. When it doesn't help, if your hardware or firmware is not included, kernel driver bugs, missing modules, hardware failures, upgrade. How to reinstall. Boom. Linux-firmware. So, there you go. Not necessarily bad. Bad advice? I mean, it's not so bad. Let's see what the thing is. Upgrader requires manual intervention. We split our firmware into several vendor-focused packages. It is now an empty package depending... Oh. Unfortunately, this coincided with the upstream reorganization of the sim layout of an NVIDIA firmware, resulting in a situation that Pac-Man cannot handle. This happened last month. Shit, just a couple of weeks ago. Oh, I had this issue. That actually happened, and I just deleted the files. Okay. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Ah, man, chat. This is good. This is really solid. All right. Man, I'm so smart for finding this, I tell you. All right, all right. Ah, you've only been yelling it in chat for like the last hour, but we got there. All right, so then we remove. Boom. Then we reinstall. Bam. Yes. Reinstall. Done. We don't need any of the actual optional dependencies. I don't have any of those. So then we close that. Dude, this is straight up great. Like, how many people posted this? LoJack, Ashlyn, Rux. Oh, if you just delete the files, then run the upgrade, that's the equivalent. Okay, so I probably did this, but that's funny. All right, well, let's reboot. Do we ever figure out why logout doesn't work? It's a good question. I don't think we did, but let's give it a reboot. Oh yeah, reinstall NVIDIA too because it could have deleted some files. That's true. Well, if we don't get any anything on the screen here, we could always be a GigaChad here and drop to TTY. The best thing about Linux is the terminal. If you don't like using a terminal, then you shouldn't use Linux, in my opinion. Is that me being an elitist? Maybe. But I'm not wrong. I'm just saying. Like, I just don't see a purpose of Linux if you didn't have the amazing terminal that it has. Like, it feels amazing. Like, once you learn it, you're like, oh my god, I'm a god. This is the best thing ever. But then, like, people are like, you can use Linux without the terminal. Like, really? Who the fuck wants to do that? That's awful. Terminal is where it's at. Weirdos. Alright. Let's go. Hey, Christoph, how's it going? Just because you can doesn't mean you should. Agreed. There are devs who don't like the terminal and do all the coding in Visual Studio in white mode. Sounds like a Mac user. Sounds like a web dev. Again, probably not wrong. Oh, man. Hey, this is starting to feel pretty good. This is starting to feel pretty damn good. I mean, the launching of the terminal is a little ridiculous. What about, yeah, not great, but it's not awful. It's okay. Yeah. Now, why do we have two Bluetooth icons? So this is Blue Man. And this is... Alright, well, let's fix the two blue icons since chat said something. Blue Man. Goodbye, Blue Man. Away you go. Kill Blue Man. You are the weakest link. Goodbye. So now we only have the one Bluetooth icon. Alright, chat, what else we got?
Yeah, well, the dude abides.
Ah, thanks, Terry. 26 months on Prime, man. All right, man. I love it. Digging the icons. Dude, I remember I spent like months doing those icons. Remember, you can use WinUtil to install Hyper-V if you need. That's true. I like virtual machines for everything, especially when you're like kind of messing around. Oh, quick shell. All right. I was hoping someone would make a really cool quick shell. What do we? Oh, this looks cool. I'm not a big fan of the bar on the bottom, but I won't hold it against him. This does look clean, though. That looks pretty cool. I wonder what this start menu looks like. Let's see. That's interesting. Man, I still think Quick Shell's like the new Hyperland. I think that will be the thing. Because I just don't like Waybar. I hate Waybar. I can't get behind it. I don't know what it is. It might be an irrational hatred, but I don't think so. Every time I use Waybar, I'm just like, this feels bad. And I just never have gotten over that. But Quick Shell, even though I'm a complete noob and I'm just like hacking away at it, and I do just like, I vibe coded pretty much my Quick Shell. It's awful. But it feels better than Waybar to me. That's how good Quick Shell is. If I can do it, hey, you're on your way. Hyper menu. Is that a thing? Is that a thing? Oh, here we go.
Hey there guys, I wanted to make a video on something I made for once. It's the most basic thing in the universe. I could have done that, sure. But I kind of wanted to do something that was a little more friendly to anybody.
Look at this!
Wanted something nice looking and
Made a little YouTube video about it.
so search works.
He
It's
should
really
link that in
weird.
his GitHub.
Near the end, as you can see, they don't stay the way they should. I need to fix that. That's on the list of things to do.
It's not bad.
If you right click something,
Better than I did.
nothing happens, right? What I want to do
well. Yeah, the
is when I
clicking's probably
right-click
needed.
something, I want to add the ability to be able to right click to the AGS dock. I think that would be pretty cool. I don't know. I don't
Still
know.
pretty
My
cool.
fault with I think this. I think it's the config maybe. But
Oh
still,
yeah, it's a
you know,
nice little
still a
pimped
work in
out
progress, but you can
Thunar.
definitely
It looks
use
like.
if you need to.
Or is that
Like there's a bug.
Is that Thunar? Yeah, that's Thunar, right?
There it is. Stupidest bug ever. And
Huh.
it's stupid because again, the blur is supposed to be behind.
I mean, I like it though. He could probably just keep hacking away and
Yeah,
get it
the
exactly
blur's
how he
not
wants
that
it.
Big, for some reason. That's the border color. Yeah, so if I do that, it auto refreshes.
Oh, I like the BTOP QT.
Alphabetical, shows your
I should
storage,
use that more often, actually.
shows your network and your incoming and outgoing.
Yeah.
And works out pretty well.
What else you doing in
Pretty
here?
cool. Let me explore
BTOP
what's
QT. Anybody in
done with
chat
the
use BTOP
And I
QT?
normally extremely broken menu. You open the terminal. You do sudo /build. Oh my god. Okay. Sudo.
This is an older video. I've never used it. That's kind of cool. I always like seeing other people's configurations. Let's install it. Let's see what we got. BTOP QT. Oh. BTOP. Let's see what there's regular BTOP, which we have. Wow, is that a custom? BTOP QT. BTOP plus plus. No, that's just from the monitor. Huh. I don't know where he got that from. That's interesting. Oh, nice. Stop Killing Games surpassed 1 million milestones. All right. That's what I'm talking about. Good to hear, man. Let's go. I'm glad that happened. I literally, after all of this stuff, I started, let's take a sharp left turn here. I wanted to do a DRM free installation on Linux. I think a lot of people, from a gamer's perspective, after I just crapped all of the gamers that don't want to use terminal, but from a gamer's perspective, how do you install something that's not Steam? Like right now, a lot of gamers on Linux are just relying on the game being on Steam. Now, you think you're buying a game on Steam, but guess what? You're buying a license, meaning if Steam ever goes away, you lose all your games. That feels bad. I think that's fine for now with Gabe at the helm. I don't think he'd ever do that. But once he dies, which, let's be real, that's like 5-10 years away, if that. The guy's not in great shape. He's old, and he's severely overweight. So he's going to die soon. And once that happens, what happens to Steam? What happens to Valve? I mean, he is the head behind it all. And you might be thinking, well, they're too big to fail or something like that. But, I mean, just look at Apple, what happened after Steve Jobs died. You'd think, hey, they were so big and so many redundant systems and creative people. But after Jobs died, they've just rehashed the same crap that Jobs spearheaded while he was alive. Like, they haven't created anything that was damn near any good. All of those were just Jobs' visions before he died. And then, now they're just like, we'll just make all those things we already do better by increasing the specs a little bit and rounding the edges and making things be more opaque. And that's like Apple's solution to everything. But I say all that to be like, man, I have hundreds of games in my Steam library. Eventually, I think something will happen to Valve, and then we may not have access to those. So installing like DRM games from scratch on Linux, or let's say you're modifying games on Linux with like hex editors or something like that, a lot of people wonder about that, or running different helper tools and stuff like that, or modifications to games can be a little more tricky on Linux than the Windows counterpart, obviously, right? So what do we do? And what I kind of wanted to showcase was, like, there's Lutris, right? Which, by the way, did we uninstall Lutris? I think we did. Oh, dude. Lutris installs GNOME Desktop, by the way. Why? That's so weird. Anyways, whatever. Do we have... what other things? Huh. Okay. And anybody use the UMU launcher? Interesting. Let's try all those things. All right, cool. Just grabbing a couple extra things there. Oh yeah, Flatpak. Let's install Flatpak too. It reinstalled already, so we're good. Did it pull those back in? It did. Nice. Okay. Oh, UMU is a rework of Wine. Is it a graphic application? No. So UMU. Oh. Unified Linux Wine Game Launcher. Really interesting. Wow. Let's go ahead and install Proton, new GE version of Proton. I don't think I've ever used UMU Run. That's really cool. Okay. So then let's launch Lutris. Oops. Ah. Lutris. UWU. What was I using? UMU. Is there UWU? UWU. Huh. What package are you using for UWU? I don't see it here. It's cool though. All right, so we got that. Let's bring this to... All right. Everything looks to be back in line. Everything looks good. Got our global theme. Everything looks good. System. Wine installed. Game scope not installed. Ooh, you know, I thought about doing game scope as well. Really kind of want to switch to GameScope, but I know GameScope doesn't work for crap on NVIDIA. I know this whole stream's just been me shitting on NVIDIA, but GameScope with AMD, man, I gotta switch my card out. I just gotta switch it out. I'm just gonna sit here and keep crapping on NVIDIA until I switch it out. Anyway, I think all of this is good. Kind of curious on the interface here. Like if we go GOG, how hard is it to install some of my GOG games? Like let's go and install like Undying. It's been a while since I've actually tried something like this. So if we install, see, you got GOG auto-generated and just standard GOG. Let's just try standard GOG. Okay, continue. Let's see what happens. Okay. Comes with extra. Sure, let's install all the extras. Okay, install. And then it just grabs it all, huh? Now you could do a standard wine configuration, which would be neat too. I don't know. Does anybody use anything but Lutris for offline, like non-Steam? I've always kind of leaned on Lutris a lot, or just done it all through Terminal Direct. You like to use bottles for GOG. Okay, bottles. Heroic launcher as well. So you got Lutris, Steam, Heroic, and bottles. I've enjoyed using Lutris. I've had to write my own scripts for a couple things, but for the most part, it's been pretty solid. Lutris or bottles, Heroics, Fagus. Sorry, geez, don't take that out of context. I was like, talking about the launcher, guys. That's terrible. Damn it. Alright, I'm not gonna even say it. Damn you, FOSS people, and your terrible, terrible naming schemes. Gonna get me banned from Twitch, man. Oh. Alright. It's a simple, lightweight app for running Windows games with UMU launcher. I think we're gonna need like a how is this pronounced? God bless. Okay. Okay. How to say? Fagus. 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 That's such a bad name. It's so terrible. Alright. Oh, God. Oh. Oh, let's just call it Faye. I think that's good. The Faye launcher. Totally way better. Alright, we're going to do that. We're going to go that route. Oh, my word. Turtle WoW on Linux. Alright, cool, cool. Pretty basic launcher. Okay. Adding a game, you throw the executable in, the prefix, just like the wine bottle, and the runner. That's cool. For tools, you can say an additional proton fix, launch arguments, game arguments, Mango HUD, game HUD. I don't think I've ever used disable high draw though. That's new. And then like this is a trainer program that you would add on top of it for a tools. Then you also have settings on top of that. That's pretty dope. Gotta say. Faye Launcher's doing some cool stuff here. Create a shortcut from an exe file. That's interesting. I like the simplicity of it. I'm going to star this. Might come back to it. Sounds like a hack if sometimes. That's true. But the thing is, you kind of need these things because I use how I do it on Lutris right now. Let's launch. What's this look like? Good night. Oh, 3DFX. Man, that's pretty cool. That is loud. Yeah, let's quit. Sorry. I didn't realize it was that loud. Was that... That might have been my... audio output. Let's go 69%. There we go. Alright. That's cool, though. That was such an easy way to play the game. So you could easily just go for it. Now, OpenMW is another project. Right now, I'm kind of using Final Fantasy XI Online, which, let's see, for the runner options, I use an injection tool called Ashita to kind of make that nice. So Ashita, it requires a bunch of different little hacks to work, and that's what I use. I added like D3, D8. It's actually DirectX 8 game, if you remember DirectX 8 from like the early 2000s. So there's a lot of jank to the game, but even on Windows, it's really janky. Let's see, was I doing anything else? I think some FSR crap, but... No, 1 second. Let me pause my music here. I'm gonna play this game just to show you. So how this one works is, let me go to Ashita. I'm going to pull all my changes. I change a lot with like custom Lua and gear swaps and things like that. So for that, I like to do this. So configuration for it is you have the standard install. The working directory is the wine prefix is the bottle. So that's sort of the bottle of the original game installed. Instead of launching the executable, I put the working directory to Ashita, and then I change my arguments to that there. And then I think I did a couple DLL swaps. You can do this through wine config, or in here, you can go into DLL overrides. Another way to access it too is to just do wine configuration. And you should be able to see this under graphics, or no, sorry, libraries. And I believe you should see a D3D8. Actually, I do not see the D3D8 here. Interesting. Never mind. Guess I just did it over here. Anywho, it does work. What most of the stuff is hard coded in OpenMW. I thought OpenMW was pretty okay. Look at the run log. Let's take a peek at that. That's the other thing I use all the time. Like when you have an issue, having this is so clutch. So you can see the Lutris wrapper for this. It's doing wine GE bin. So the actual command it's issuing from the terminal is this. So it's specifying wine, glorious egg roll, version 8.26, and then grabbing the wine binary right here. And then the next space is the executable. Here's the full path for undying, and then it just launches it up. And using just game mode. So very, very nice. Now this one's a little more complex. Let me show you it. We'll launch into it, do a log in, log out, and then I'm going to show you the log for it. Hopefully it doesn't blare. Yeah. Oh man, nostalgia. This is one of the very first game launchers ever created. Has like a messaging system and a whole bunch of other stuff. God bless it. Love it to death. Love this game. So good. Yeah, so D8 VK. So if you play any really old games with DirectX 8 with Vulkan, that all got merged into the DXVK project. So you can use that. That's loud. Thank God it turned down my volume. Wake now? All right, sorry. There we go. Oh my gosh. Yeah, the game volume itself, it's kind of weird. So you have these drastic volume differences and stuff, which are kind of insane. But yeah, so this is what I usually do. Now, a lot of my stuff is kind of blown up because what I'll do is I'll broadcast this to Steam Deck externally and just use Moonlight. Steam Deck doesn't do a great job of like all the different things, and I don't necessarily want to copy all my settings every time. So that's why I have everything kind of blown up to where I can just switch over to a very small screen from the other. So let's shut this down, and I'm going to show you the log files for this. So let's go here, show logs, and then you can see from the log perspective, this one, we're still doing it, but just doing the wine binary as we did with undying, but then we use this with a special argument. This launches into what's called POL, which was the launcher itself, and then the launcher launches into the Final Fantasy X executable. So it actually is like a chain of 3 executables that it kind of follows and monitors, and it works pretty seamlessly. I mean, the fact that it even works at all is kind of insane. But you can do pretty much anything you want with enough Let's try. Oh my god. Sorry about the volume there, guys. Oh my gosh. And yeah, like the other thing too, like talking like how I started was someone mentioned uh the games Stop Killing Games finally surpassed 1 million signatures. Hopefully there's not a whole bunch of bad signatures in there from all the hype it got. But the cool thing is all these old games that I just kind of shown it's going to work great on Linux now and into the future, to where Linux I think will be the de facto standard. Even though I've crapped on Linux a ton in this stream, and I'm sorry, uh, but I think it will be the de facto standard for emulation going forward. Like Windows and Mac doesn't play games. If you're a gamer, you just don't do Mac, right? It's just awful. Windows, though, has changed so much to where a lot of legacy games from like the 2000s don't play very well. Some don't play at all. Where in Linux, we have the ability to kind of go back in time using Wine. We can kind of change those emulation, those runtimes, and be able to use stuff from really, really long ago. Like this is probably going to eventually be better on Linux than Windows, because Windows is going to continually change. They're going to sunset like 32-bit libraries and all this other crap. Where how Linux is, it's already doing an emulation layer, and it's emulating Windows at certain points in time a lot of times. And not really emulating per se, but the compatibility layer is doing a lot. And that's going to be better than Windows of the future compared to how Linux can kind of take snapshots and kind of say, hey, this is kind of how Windows worked back in these days. So I think Linux will be an amazing emulator for now and well into the future. If not the number one emulator today, it will be very, very soon. I would call it the number one emulator system right now, especially when you take into factors like Steam OS and other things. It just, you can bake in some really cool stuff like the EmuDeck and many other projects. I specifically like using, kind of just show you, retroachievements.org. This is absolutely fun. Like, I don't think I'm going to buy any more games just from this, because you can just come in here, play any game 10 plus years old, and get achievements for it. So, like, as you're playing the achievements, speaking of Final Fantasy 11, look at this. You could actually play on the Horizon. This is actually a dated server. I don't think I play there. But you could play here, and then you get achievements for playing all your old games. So think of like Steam achievements, but decentralized and completely spread out, to where there's all these really cool ways to kind of relive your past, but with achievements too, and a open source kind of community in general. I think this is awesome. So big shout out to Retro Achievements. And then you got Retro Arc, which is just so much fun. Like, God bless. Arch. Yeah. So you have this emulation station, God, there's just so much that goes into the emulation, and all this works best, I think, on Linux. Oh, I don't have my Ghosty configs. I took it from someone from chat, actually. Let's go to .config Ghosty. There you go. Yeah. So that'll give you my whole Ghosty config. Now, having said that, we probably should add that somewhere. Probably my bash is probably the best place to get this. Let's see. So let's just copy this and go to GitHub. Do we have my bash here? We do not. Okay. Where is this, by the way? Oh, that's weird. I cloned it here, but oh well. What is that config JSON? Oh, that's the fast fetch. That's right. Okay. And I don't have my Alacrity config here either. I thought I had dot files in my bash, but apparently I do not. It might actually be linutil then. Oh, no. Let's go back to linu, so my bad. Oh, God bless, no. What is it? Not source, core. Tabs. And we're going to go into applications. Oh, Alacrity, it's its own deal, isn't it? Where was I grabbing that config from? Oh my god, I was grabbing it from DWM Titus. Okay. So that's where my config's stored. Okay. Let's go into config. Yes. So let's copy home folder, config, ghosty. And we're going to just copy that to here with a recurrence. We go tree. Oh, that looks beautiful. Gravy. All right, nice. Ghosty. Config, upload. Just to put it somewhere we have public settings, because my Highspin deletes itself after like 30 days or something. So if somebody sees this in the future, goes, where's it at? It's no longer at that link. You can go to the DWM-Titus and the ghosty config will be there. Nice. Hayspin. I did a video on it, Winded Dragon. Hayspin's a way to do like, it's like Pastebin, but through terminal. So you can upload like text documents really easily to chat. So if I wanted to give you like my bash RC or my source or wherever, whatever text file really, I can just go HB space the file name, and then it just automatically uploads everything and spits out a link, and then I can just send you that link, and then you have the source. So you're not sitting there trying to copy something I've done. Like, have you ever gone through a YouTube video and you're like trying to pause, play, and you're like, dude, it would have been so much easier if you just gave me the file. That's the purpose of this, is I just want to make your life easier when you're watching me. So you can easily just go, oh, let me grab that file. Yeah, okay. Well, I'm not an old man, so I'm not going to use 24-point font like him. Let's change that to 14. And then change the Q up font. And then you just change to kind of like what you need. But it's a great starting spot. Yeah. I did a video on it too. So like, here, I'll link the video as well. I think it was like just called Hayspin. The video did pretty bad, but it's pretty niche, man. You know, here's the Hayspin video. For those that care, you can use it too. It's completely open, open source, everything. So I leave it all open for people to use, and you can copy and paste. What happened was I was using, I think it was like xo.io or something, or xi.io or something like that. And I was using them because it was like a Pastebin server as well. And I was constantly using it, and then all of a sudden one day it just stopped working, and they took down the site. I was like, man, that sucks. So then I was like, I'll just host my own. Oh, it's not loading now? Watch, I broke it. It shows it's loading for me. So you could easily just do a Control A, copy, paste, or duplicate and edit. I wonder why the line breaks. Maybe I need to redo this. Somebody sent me something. I think it was a star on GitHub. Let's look. We might need to redo all of this. Might be that time. Did GitHub change? It's weird. Anyways, let's go to stars. What have I been starring? No. Oh, damn it. Let's just go to my stars. Ah, here we go. Vegas. Launcher. Man, what a name. All right. What was I using? There's that. MD Books, amazing. Avante. Really? Use your NeoVim like cursor. Maybe I needed to revisit that. All right, continuing down. Did I forget to... I think I forgot to start it. Such an idiot. No. I probably should go through and unstar some of this. Oof. Jeez. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, a lot of this stuff I need to undo. Yeah, we're going back in time. All right. That's not there. Anywho. Are you looking for a Hastebin alternative I linked a while back? I think so, Rux. Yeah. What was that? Because I think you said that for a while. I was just going to re-host it because the Hastebin, I think the Hastebin got bought out or something by a big corporation, and then they started like hiding their source code. I forked it before they started doing all of that and jacking the project up, and then they abandoned the project after they kind of like messed up the licensing and stuff. And so I'm pretty sure it's abandoned, so I'm probably going to need to go with something different. Chiogami. Yet another pacement. That's it. Okay. I guess I was scrolling through and I did not get it. But yes. Yes, that's... I'll probably replace Hastebin with this then. Very, very cool. Yep. And then my homepage. This has been pretty good. I still need to change some stuff here. I think I'm going to move this RSS feed to its own thing. And I don't think I really use this section either. So I probably will remove that, this widget, and this. Let's look at that next. So redoing like just a home page, something I wanted to do. Oof. Yeah. So I think this was just GIS where I put that. I don't think I did a repo or anything. I already have a gajillion repos, so yeah, here we go. Let's change this around. So I wanted to make a new one, name, let's just call size. Twitch channels, nope. All right, so this one I wanted to take, and I think what I'll do actually is this number. Okay, name, let me just take this. And we're going to reorg this. Oops. All right, there's that one. Great. I just hate this as YAML. So this should be size colon small. Then you have widgets. Widgets colon. Okay. Then you got your group. Type group widgets. I think that's fine. And then this one, we're going to just get rid of this group at the top, bring that up. So then we'll just have the videos and then that right there. Now we can go to the bottom. We're going to add more. But this one is going to be different. We're going to go page, name, news, and this is going to be RSS feed news, and we're going to go full for the size. Oop, nope. I think that should get us pretty much everything we need. I'm not sure how that widget's going to fill in with the columns. I think I'll be fine though. Let's update this. I'm going to just change this to a raw, and we're going to copy, come into here, and then we're just going to SSH into that and change our project. What was that? It was glance, right? So, no, we're already root, so v glance. Yeah, there we go. So let's go v, and then paste. Oh no. Oh, yeah. My bad. VG. And we're going to delete, insert, and grab it from there. That's better. So now, if we reload that, we should update our whole home page. Reload glance. What did I miss here? So it's running. Warning, terminal is not fully functional. That's a weird warning. I don't think we had that when we were using Alacrity. Maybe it's something with Ghost TTY? Alright, well. Reload. Glance. Type reload not available for unit. Maybe restart actually. Not reload. What am I doing today? How's the... Dude, I've had so many weird errors today. No, not sudo. We're root. Don't need a sudo or root. Oh, you found it, Bojan. The btop qt. Oh, shoot, let's check that out too while we're here. Okay. Was this on the original? No, this is 0 stars. Holy crap. He wrote this himself. Wow. So this is just an obscure fork with btop qt. Say what? That's wild. That is just totally wild. Wow. Yeah, source only. Yeah, but you could totally compile that, yeah. Work in progress. Oh, that's cool though. I mean, I like the idea. Did this work? I don't think it did. Okay. Let's go stop glance. Let's p-kill glance. And then what we're going to do is we're going to just manually launch just to make sure the config is good. Yeah, mapping values are not allowed in this context line 3. I thought so. So what was happening was we were trying to relaunch the service and then it would error out. So that was the main issue. Line 3 is what we need to look at. 1, 2, 3. So I messed this up. Columns, sizeful. Did I not do columns? Okay, my bad. Columns. Was that? Oh lordy. Okay. The problem I see with YAML a lot is I gotta redo this. Oh god. I think we actually fixed this on the last stream. We're just gonna reinstall NeoVim on this. Quick in Vim. Oh. Okay. Oh man. The NVim is like ancient. Oh god. Debian problems. Okay. No, what we're gonna do, we're gonna blow things up. Yeah, you remember how I blew up my system with a app image extract? Let's blow up this system with the app image extract. What do we say? What do we say to that? We already have it right here. Seems okay. Let's just re-download app image of that just to have. What could go wrong? It sounds good, right? This sounds like a great idea. Give me NeoVim. Let's not get the pre-release build. All right, 11.2. All right, we're gonna update it. All right, give me app image, not the ARM, x86. Yes. Perfect. And then we're just gonna grab this. Boom. NVim. All right, NVim. Let's make that executable. Then we're gonna go NVim app image extract. Extract all that. Boom. Squash root. Now let's just do a tree view. See what all we're overwriting. So right here, all these are just Vim files. All that's good. Lots and lots of Vim files. Can we just do no? Actually, let's just go ls. Let's go into dash user. Oh wow, that's a lot. Why is that so much? Oh, God. That seems like it would cause some big issues if I messed that up, right? Oh, wait, no. Sorry. It's like, what? Okay. Man, I'm having a day. All right. Yes, CD use. I did a / user. My bad. Okay. Now, this is what we have. And if we look at that, like ls bin, it's just in Vim. ls lib, it's just in Vim. uls share. I feel like we could extract this whole thing just fine. Let's just overwrite the system resources. I think this will be okay. So we're root, so we're just gonna move USR, right, into USR. Totally fine. What could go wrong? Boom. So then, bam, USR's gone. Everything's right with the world. So then let's go into bin. Let's cat invim. Yeah. So invim's a binary. So if you go invim, fly not found. All right, let's go cd usr local bin vim cat invim not found. Where did the binary go? Well, let's just delete that. Let's go back to USR bin. Grep invim. Yeah, that's the binary. So shouldn't. Oh, okay. If you look at this, grep invim. Is there some symbolic link somewhere I'm missing? Right? It's red. Invim is right here. So you think if you just go invim. Oh. Oops, we're in Debian. Let's just remove the invim package. Should be fine. Okay, invim's not there anymore. Now let's just go back to our downloads. Let's just try that again. I feel like I just messed that up a little bit the first time. So let's go app image extract squash. Boom. Move USR to USR. Boom. Overwrite. Whoa. Oh, I see what I did. Oh. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so I doubled up on the USR. Okay, that's okay. Let's just go move USR star move RF because, you know, star, and we're just going to throw it back one directory. Boom. That didn't work. Yeah, override bin, yep. Cannot override non-directory. Feel like Yeah, move doesn't need recursive. Let's just do a force. It's only like the whole system directory. No, that doesn't work. But yeah, it's still there. Yeah. Yeah, let's try copy. Yeah, who cares? So we'll do copy, USR, copy, recursive force. Because then, was there any other way? Star, and put these back one directory. Actually, we want to put them to this directory. Yes. Right. So we got these. So you just override. Okay. Perfect. Should be fine. I hope Tej never sees this. But there's still this weird problem with the link. Look away. Just look away. This is just really bad. This is just awful. I regret everything I'm doing. It's just not the way to do this. But I don't care. Avert your eyes. This is don't ever do this at home kind of thing, type situation. Did it work? Yes. Should it have worked? Absolutely not. Was this a good idea? No. No, it was not. This is very much a do as I say, don't as I do, because this, for all intents and purposes, should have been absolute disaster. But it did work. It did actually technically work. So, you know. All right, cool. So now we can go in Vim, boom, and we have NeoVim 1.11 on Debian, all nice and up to date and pretty looking. I got all this, and I should have LSP support too. Oh yeah, buddy. Operating system not supported. All right, that's fine. That's not so bad. Just one error. It was just like a image clip in Vim. That's not. That's nothing. Not a problem. Barely an inconvenience. All right, let's go to the end here. So we look. So we need this columns, right? Let's just yank that. Go to home. Paste it. All right, delete. Yep. So then you got columns, but this does not look right too. What happened here? Why does this look off? Is there like a special format I need to follow? YAML. Let's pull up what was it, lazy? And let's go install or search. How the hell you use this damn thing? 1 second. We're just gonna install, and we're going to install, actually, let's uninstall that one. Check, maybe? Let's check do. Okay. Status failed. Alright, press X to remove plugin. Clean. That's not working. Okay, that worked. And then you should just hit I, right? Install. What happened? Uh-oh. Danger, William Robinson. Danger. Alright, let's just install that again. Seg pipe. I'm sure this is from me messing things up. That's okay. It's fine. Was it Mason? Okay, Mason's where it's at. Let's go YAML. Next. What linting should we use for YAML? Is there, I would imagine, prettier D. Is that one? Sonar. Okay. Spectral. YAML language server. I feel like that would be the one to go with. We want to go YAML language server? I think so. Prettier D is faster because it's Rust. I think we're going to go that way. Yeah. But there's also the linting. Linting's pretty easy. Oh, damn tree rats out there. All right. Feel like we're splitting hairs. I probably should just pick one. But I kind of want YAML format, actually. Let's go a whole different way. YAML FMT is pretty cool. Prettier D, I'm worried it might bother me. But pretty. Let's go for it. Let's go. Rust, prettier D. Okay. Prettier D failed to install. All right, well. Prettier. Prettier failed to install. What happened? What happened? Oh, we don't have npm. Important. Node.js. And then we'll just grab npm, right? Good Lord, Node. Just give me all the packages, I guess. Why not? Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, if you're doing YAML, you kind of need some kind of formatting. Because if you're editing a YAML file in terminal and you don't have any kind of formatter, I mean, you're just asking for problems. Like this, it's saying, hey, there's a syntax error. There's probably like a space that's a tab instead of a... Don't let me go off on YAML again of how terrible of a language it is. And the creator should just feel ashamed of himself because it's just awful. Who, like, just give me a comma, anything, brackets, whatever, but spaces and what? No. Indents and spacing and, oh, well, you just added a space. No, that's a tab, not a space. So I'm just going to break. It's awful. Absolutely awful. Should Python just lives in shame. That's just Python. There's like, out of all the Python developers though, but they know their place. That's the thing about YAML people. There's like some YAML users, they're like, hey, YAML's okay. No, it's not. YAML's not okay. You should feel bad. You're mentally deranged for thinking that. However, the difference between YAML and Python's drastically different. You ask people that use YAML why they use YAML, and they'll be like, because I think it's really good. What else would I use? And be like, anything else would be better. And then like, no, YAML's great. I'm like, oh my God. I just can't with you. I'm done. You talk to a Python developer, you're like, hey, what do you think about Python? And then let's say it's like a master Python programmer, like someone that just gets paid 6 figures to only program in Python. You know what he's going to say to you, or she? They will say, oh yeah, Python's a terrible language. You shouldn't do it. That's the difference. That's the difference. Python devs know it's a crappy language, but it works. And they can do everything they ever wanted to do in it. It will be so inefficient. They know it's inefficient. But again, they get the job done and it works. So, like, that's the difference between the two. Like, Python, I always just like, I tip my hat to them. Like, yeah, y'all know your place. It's not a great language. But if you really know it, you can pretty much do anything in it. And it does eventually just kind of work. So, you know, I have no hate against Python, but everyone knows it. And it's actually pretty simple to do. It's just very inefficient. And it's fine. All right. Say all that to, you know what? We need to check the health. We need to check the health because we got some issues. 1 second. I think I need to do an npm install neovim to use it. Correct? God bless it. No, it says npm is just good to go. All right, never mind. Let's go. All right. Let's just go glance. npm. Okay. So, is there a format? YAML? Dang. Okay. But it doesn't fix, so maybe it's like prettier? What's the default settings for this? Pretty? Nope. YAML format. Okay, I guess we gotta look it up. Darn it, I just kind of wanted to do it. YAML FMT neovim. What is the default stock settings? Okay, Oh, that reminds me. If we go into Messin, and then we go prettier, and we come down to here, go install. Hot dog. There we go. Cool. So now that that's installed, let's reload. Let's go here. Node.js too old. Upgrade to 20 or newer. Well, Debian problems. Okay. So now, do we have a prettier? Okay, well, maybe not. How do we do it? Editor integration. Neovim. It can probably integrate with other editors, blah, blah, blah. AU file type YAML. Cool. And then you do the YAML format. Usage. Okay, well, we installed it, but how do we use it inside of neovim? Ah, yes. Simplistic formatting. So we do AU space file type YAML. Let. Okay. let's do that. I guess we put that in like our init Lua, maybe? Okay. What do we think of that? You don't have a tab before the second line. Do I not? Do we need a tab? Oh. You got name and then a tab. So if you look, is name uppercase or lowercase? No, it's lowercase. And then a tab. How many spaces is that? Let's go 1, 2, 3, 4 spaces. And then on the fifth one, 1, 2, 3, 4. Fifth one. Okay, that looks right. Oh, Phoenix is in chat. All right, what do we got? Glance is a homepage, bro. Pages is the first line. Name is your second line. Oh. Well, I think pages has to be there. That's like the formatting of it. Right? Let's take another sim. Let's glances. Glances, YAML, examples. Okay, let's see this one. Pages, name, home. Is there another page though? So then add more pages here. You just go name, column. So there should be 2 spaces there. So 2 spaces, 4 spaces. Okay. It's a spacing issue. So right here, there should be like 1, 2, boom. That's good. And then you have 2 more. Okay. So there's that. Come back to here. This one, 1, 2. Then, look at that. Everything looked pretty now. That looks good. So then it was just a spacing. Typical YAML bullshit. Okay. So let's pound out. Let's go glance, right? I don't respect software which has YAML. You and I are in agreement, Phoenix. Total agreement. You know by now Titus is listening. It takes 1 to 3 business days. This is true. This is true. You could probably just use the equals to format. Really? Can you? Equal, is there a format? Equal format. Oh, I don't see format in here. I purposely screwed up the formatting to see if we can do it. Don't be teaching old dogs new tricks. Damn. Damn, LoJack. Ah, brutal. Just absolutely brutal. Okay. Well, I gotta say, I think I'm okay with that. All right, whatever. Poop. Let's save that out. And we're just going to go systemctl, reload, glance. Okay. Yeah, okay. I still got to figure out what that says. Terminal fully functional. It's so strange. Anyways. Let's see what it says now. That looks good. So let's go here. And let's go. Finn, Chris Titus. Oh, yes. Now we're cooking. So right now, this is exactly what I wanted. Then for the news feed, hot dog. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Probably go 10 for the limit on that. There's got to be a different terminology there, but we should be able to just click on this, and then you get put right into it. Okay, neat. Exactly what I wanted in a newsfeed. Awesome. Police dismantles investment fraud ring stealing 100 million euro. Ooh. Okay. Neat. Still, how do I get more in my newsfeed though? I want this to be better. I mean, it's kind of cool though. So then we got all of our. Oh, this was great. By the way, Jeff Geerling launched this. You will own nothing and be happy. Stop killing games. I really liked his take on that. That was very solid. What else we got? Oh. So then it kind of gives me a little snapshot of what's going on between other creators with that whole list of people. Now I don't have to go to YouTube if I don't want to. I can just be like, oh, okay, last couple days, here's all the stuff that has happened in most of the tech world, or tech YouTube world, I should say. I like it. Yeah, I think maybe part of it too. Part of it too could be just doing a system CTL daemon reload, and then system CTL start glance, and I bet you that should work. But I probably should have killed the glance process just in case, because I did a control C. It's probably not the way to do it. Kind of hanging out on that connection, actually. I mean, maybe. So if we go system CTL status glance, yeah, it's trying to activate right now. That's so strange. Yeah, I think the old version's still launching, so this one's getting stuck in the system CTL. Maybe. I don't know. We'll just reboot. That works too. Probably need to reboot that server anyhow. Yeah, YouTube should be RSS only. I think everything should be RSS these days. Like, it's really hard to get a good feed. And especially with, like, a lot of sites just turning into slop, I like to do RSS feeds for everything. So, I've done a video on the RSS feeds. I do, like, this for a glance, but if I really want to dive deep with, like, news of the day, I'll usually just come into my locally hosted one. So let's say I'm like, hey, what's going on in the influencer realm? And then I can just see everybody in my YouTube feed over here. So if there's a specific creator I want to go, hey, what's Tech Hut up to or whatever, he'll pull in all his videos. Same thing. What's Brody been up to? Cool. And then you get kind of like a good feed of everybody, or just a accumulation of them. Or you can just say, hey, just throw everything together in the mainstream feed. This has worked forever. And I also use an aggregator to get the articles themselves. So let's say I don't want to read these articles. Obviously, I don't want to leave to go read these articles. That's just awful. So the aggregator, what it does is it actually goes to the link, grabs the images and information, and pulls them down, so then I can just read this anytime. The other beautiful thing about that is, let's say they delete this page, I still got it. So then I can easily refer back to it. This is really important, especially if I'm doing like a YouTube video on something, and then here, let me turn off Dark Reader. I'm doing a YouTube video on something. I mean, I need to make sure that article doesn't change, and I don't want to see ads everywhere too. But I don't really care so much about the ads, so to speak, because there's ad blocker. But it's just nice. It's a good way of kind of getting just a quick rundown of everything, because every other news front page feed is just absolute garbage now. Like, it just does not show me anything that I want to see from a knowledge perspective. It'll take me hours of just kind of scurrying around through those to sublinks to get anywhere. So this is just a good way of going, hey, general tech. Right now I don't have much in here. I think I had bleeping computer and it got taken out, so I probably got to add that back in. Linux is probably a little better with like its FOSS and gaming on Linux. That's pretty solid, so then I can easily go, okay. Oh look, Xorg server lands big improvement with Zinc and Glamour. Interesting. But I can easily kind of go through. This is the way to do any kind of news. Like, if you're going to a website for news, that seems just archaic to me and just downright inefficient in a lot of ways. Yeah, so this hosts everything locally. The aggregator goes and pulls all the information that I need, so I don't have to go to the actual website. And then the Fresh RSS just kind of displays it in an easy heads-up display for me. I did a video on it. If you're interested in it, let me get the link. I can toss it in chat for y'all. I even renamed the video so people could find it again. Because I don't think I had never pay for news again, RSS feeds. Boom. Yeah, and that's the RSS one. But RSS itself, if you just do Fresh RSS and just grab the feeds and subscribe to them, what happens is your whole feed will have the title, and then it'll have like one sentence underneath it, and then the link to the actual article. Because the RSS feed is meant to just get you to the website. That's the whole purpose of it for news sites, because then they get paid their ad revenue. Instead, go screw them and their ad revenue, you get an aggregator. So the aggregator is like just a little machine working in the background. I think I use 5 fingers for the aggregation. And it goes and snatches everything within their site without all the BS, pulls down the images and the article, and then I can just read it all in Fresh RSS without having to click any stupid links. So that's why I do that. Yes, and Rux did the title, because originally I named it something stupid, and Rux is like, you can't even find your own video. How are other people going to find it? How about you just name it this? And I was like, thanks, Rux. I'm a terrible YouTuber. terrible with that whole YouTube thing. I've only done it for 7 years. Yikes, man. Where does the time go? So, yeah. My only issue is I can't stop being lazy. Well, that's fair. That's fair, Dan. We all struggle with that. All right. Well, sweet. I think that's pretty good. With everything we got, I kind of like the KDE setup now. I know I was crapping on KDE at the start here, but this setup feels pretty good. For the most part now, I think I got most of my keys. It's set up exactly pretty much how like my DWM set up. And then obviously you have the extra stuff, but I can easily flip between. There's not like any of those silly animations and other stuff. We got rid of that. Fixed the theming and all the other different things. It's really not that bad. Like, this is KDE, but very much like a window manager, because like if I spawn a terminal, which Ghost TTY is still taking forever. Maybe I need to switch back to Alacrity. All right, 1 second. We got it. We need to configure. 1 second. Shortcuts. You know what? Let's just trash that. We'll do meta return for that. Meta return is assigned set master. Yeah, let's just reassign that. And then let's go ahead and add Alacrity. Okay. Launch. Yeah, Alacrity still might be king. All right, cool. So then you're here, and then we launch Alacrity. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Multiple instances. Yeah. All right, cool. So just like my tiling window manager in DWM, KDE has that. I don't know why Ghosty was taking forever to launch. That's weird. Anywho. Yeah, so this is Plasma KDE tiling window management with Cronkite window scripting, removing all animations, all the other crap that you really don't need and I don't like. And then you still have kind of all the things that you want and need in here. It seems good. Yeah, and Ghosty worked great on DWM, so I don't know what the deal is here. It might also be an NVIDIA thing, man. We had so many issues with NVIDIA. So probably we might switch to, maybe next stream I'll ahead of time switch to AMD card. I have a 7800 I've been meaning to swap out, and I got to redo my cooler and my inside system anyways because it's just rattling all the time now. Fan's going out. It's been, I think, 3-4 years since I did anything with that system, so it needs to be blown out, and I'll switch out the fans. And then when I'm doing that, I'll just snag the 7800 from that one, switch out the NVIDIA card here, and I think that's good. Just buy a 9070 XT. Man, I am not made of money, man. And did you see the games I put up today? I play 20-year-old games. I don't need a new card. I just crap on all the AAA titles. I can't tell you. I think Elden Ring was the last AAA title I played through and through. Every other title I've ever bought since has been just a regret. Which has only been like probably 2 titles, 1 or 2 titles, I think. I'm trying to think, was there any other big games I've played since? I don't think so, actually. I think it's just been Elden Ring. Yeah, Papa's this is fine. Not a huge fan. Yeah, play more. Oh, yeah. The remasters, remakes. I think it was Oblivion, actually. Oblivion Remastered I played a bit of as well. What's the other specs of the other PC? It's a 7800 XT with a Intel 13 Gen. I think it was a 13700K, I want to say. Intel. Which I think is like an i9 or an i7. I don't remember. And 32 gigs of RAM. And I think that was about it. Yeah, spec-wise. 2 terabytes on the NVMe. Nothing to write home about, but nothing bad either. So, there we go. Oh, God. Welcome, Raiders. We were just setting up old KDE into a window tiling manager setup, so you missed the NeoVin fun. Hopefully not anytime soon. I'm not trying to lose money at Micro Center, that's for sure. So, yeah. This one, we were using DWM for a window manager, and we switched over into KDE. So this is kind of what we ended up with. So very much window manager-esque, with Cronkite window scripting for KWin, and then a few little tweaks. This NVIDIA card's working like just giant pile of poo on everything. So yeah, not fun. It was an entire chaos scream. And then we set up our homepage too. Talked about RSF news feeds for a little bit. And the NeoVim, oh my gosh. That was just embarrassing. We got there in the end, though. So I hope Bash Bunny's stream was good. Oh, really? I didn't know the 10 series was losing driver updates. Ah, it does not surprise me. The difference between the PCs is wolf security. Oh, man. I mean, what is a 9070 these days? What do we have? 9070 MSRP. XT MSRP. 600. I mean, shoot, that's not bad. Probably more realistic is about 700. 719 at Micro Center, 830 at Best Buy. Man, I'm surprised Best Buy is still around, actually. I'm surprised they didn't die out with, oh man, I remember CompUSA, Circuit City. Yeah, those were, bastions for me when I was in the younger years. Man, the 1080 is still just a champ, man. Talk about longevity. So good. KB Toys. Oh my gosh, Toys R Us, all of them, man. Uh yeah, their online store's not that bad. I still do Best Buy from time to time because there's a ton of them around me, but I also have access to Micro Center's a bit of more of a drive, but I can do it. It's like 45 minutes away from me. But Altex is something around here that's pretty good too. If you need something more for like business oriented or infrastructure type stuff, Altex is a little bit better than Micro Center in my opinion. What is the most you ever pay for CPU, GPU, RAM, and case? It depends. Really, CPU probably about, I think $300 for CPUs kind of to be expected. GPU these days probably about $600. RAM probably about 150. Case probably about 100. So about probably around 1150 all said and done. Building your own, if you coming from nothing, but I like to rehash a lot of my stuff. Motherboard usually about mid tier. I don't go high end because the high end usually has like built-in Wi-Fi and crap I just don't care about. For low tier motherboards have problems usually. Usually they cut too many corners. So mid tier motherboard usually 80 to $100 is usually the sweet spot where you can find something decent, but not like doesn't have all the kitted out RGB and all that crap that I don't care about. Is my systems just sit underneath my desk. It's not like a piece of art. You don't even notice them. I just kind of tuck them back and I'm like, eh. So most the flair of like your 200 plus motherboards, I really just don't care for. There are times where I might splurge for a $200 motherboard, but typically that's more server grade where it'll have like expanded like PCIe slots or something like that, or specialized things like ECC memory, where if I'm building like maybe like a TrueNAS server or something like that, I might need that with the ECC. So you're going to pay a little bit of a premium for that type of stuff. But for the most part, yeah, that's about the range I go for. It is nothing wild, but also nothing bottom tier either. I've skimped on cases before, and I always regret it because it's just such a pain to cable manage and then switch out components in the future. And also, I think your computer dies a little bit sooner because you lose out on the airflow. With best brands of motherboards you buy or recommend, I really don't like. It's not necessarily the ones I would buy; it's the ones I wouldn't buy. Any Asus product I think is just garbage. I hate Asus. I hate their motherboards. Asus Armory Crate can just go suck a big one. I'm just not a big fan. So I hate Asus. AS Rock is I've had mixed results with AS Rock. One time I couldn't split IOMMU groups to do PCI pass through a Linux thing. So AS Rock's not my pick. Gigabyte, I've had issues with power supply to the USB ports before, so I had issues with that. They're not necessarily bad. I'd probably put Gigabyte above AS Rock. MSI, I've never had any problems with, and they're typically the more affordable. So probably MSI is something I would probably go with over the others. But it just depends on the model, reviews, those types of things. But that's kind of where I put them. So I'd probably put like MSI, Gigabyte, AS Rock below that, and then at the very, very bottom, like, oh my god, I'm super desperate. There's nothing else available, Asus. And that's kind of where I'm at. But yes, they're all kind of bad. Agreed, Alex. There's like not one. That's already I started with like what I hate about each one, and then kind of worked through it in that response. Like, this is the one I hate the least, and that's MSI probably. That's the one I've had the best personal experiences with. MSI Tomahawk. I mean, those are nice. I mean, this is probably a little bit above my pay grade. I usually wouldn't go that far, but hey. Super Micro also is something that I kind of always liked from motherboards. It's no frills, but usually it's put together pretty decent. Although I haven't bought a Super Micro in a while now. That was more when I was doing a lot more business stuff. I've had less issues with Asus boards on my AMD 3000 series. I mean, yeah. And also, like, when it depends on what type of processor you're getting. Like AMD, the problem with AMD chips is you have to upgrade the BIOS a lot. Now, I used to not have to say that about Intel too, but obviously the 13th gen and 12th and 13th gen, you had to upgrade your BIOS, otherwise it could fry your chip. So good job, Intel. You used to be super reliable, and then all that happened. But AMD, the problem is the AGIS protocol or whatever it is. You have to constantly upgrade your firmware on the motherboard itself. So, that's a thing with AMD I'm not a huge fan of. I just really hate BIOS upgrades. But again, this might be just old man. Yeah, AGESA. Yeah, you got to update it. It's important. But at the same time, I just like, why do we add this? This seems like a step backwards. So I'm kind of like, eh. But I've always personally preferred Intel over AMD. I've always had better experiences with Intel over AMD. Having said that, I mean, I understand that Intel's in a bad spot since 12th and 13th gen shenanigans. Which CPU would you recommend, or does it matter depending on what it's used for? These days, I think it's more of budget. I don't really like either to an extent. Right now, I think if you're a gamer, you got to go AMD. It just makes sense. You get a really good price to performance ratio, and AMD is just a little bit better than Intel these days. Having said that, we'll see what the future brings. The thing I hate about both Intel and AMD, which just drives me up a wall, is now they're insistent on throwing all this AI shit in there. And I just can't. I just can't with the AI branding. It just feels scummy, and it's just awful. And the chips themselves look kind of promising, but I got a sponsorship offer last month, and it was like, here's the new AI chip. You just do a video on it. I'm like, oh, I think I'm going to pass. I just can't. I just don't want to deal with it. So I'm just going to keep rocking my older chips right now, and I'm just like, I'm good. Is AI integrated? Yeah, it's part of the damn chip. So, you have those, just like the TPM modules, after like the 7th gen, you now have I want to say NPM models, but I'm thinking of Node, I think, on that front. But yeah, there's like the separate AI based crap that gets kind of tacked on there. It's like another little sub MPU. Thank you. That was it. MPU. They have the MPU to do God Lord knows what on the side of your chip now too. So yeah, I mean personally, if I was buying something today, I think I'd probably go with probably like the ninth gen or the 9000 X3D AMD cards. I think you can get those chips for $200 now, 200 or $300, so pretty damn good. So that's kind of where I'm like, if I was gonna buy something, a lot of times I buy one generation old where I get a really good deal, and then I just rock it for usually 3 to 5 years. And then depending on if I can get a good deal, sometimes it's a sponsor, but I don't think I'm gonna do sponsors for PCs anymore. I just I have a hard time with that. I'm not very good with presenting and the review itself, and I'm just like, I I've really enjoyed a lot of the hardware sponsors I've had in the past. It's just I don't know. I just don't feel like I do a great job with the presenting side of things, and my channel itself's more software oriented than hardware. So that's why I'm kind of like probably not the guy to ask for hardware advice. You know, I think any of the other folks on YouTube probably do a better job than me. Alrighty, guys. Well, who should we raid today? Who should we raid? Because Bash Bunny came in, raided me right at the end, and I was about to turn it off. And then I was like, well, let me sit and chat. We can chat for a little bit longer. Do we have anybody in the software gaming sphere hanging out? We got art, game dev, free fish picks, hard pass, couch, a compiler to rule them all. I'm sorry, but I gotta pick this guy probably. Look at that hair. Although I am gonna judge, he was listening to Katy Perry, but that seems like a chaotic, neutral kind of guy. What do we think? I think we stream him. All right. I think we'll go that route. Eduardo. It's a cool name. All right, Eduardo. We're gonna raid him. It's gonna be great. Let's go. All right. Would you say Ryzen 3D CPUs are worth it for gaming? Yes. Yes, they're totally worth it. You get I think it's almost like a 10% uplift, especially like heavy CPU load. Oops. A little bit too much there. Fun with YAML, KDE stream. This was a good stream, though. It was very solid. We got kind of exactly where we needed to go. From raid to raid. We're just raiding it up, man. Let's go. All right, well, tell Eduardo, have fun. I'm out of here, guys. Until the next day. I might stream tomorrow, but we'll see how it goes. It is the 4th of July, so if you're an American, go have fun on Freedom Day. And if you're not, well, hey, Canada Day was not too long ago. Have fun regardless for the weekend. All right, y'all. Happy 4th. Deuces.